Years before the nuclear catastrophe, a handful of wealthy men and women grew increasingly worried by the political unrest across their countries. Moral panic, witch hunts, and censorship spread like wildfire. This congregation, scientists, professors, artists, felt the need for a place where history and culture could be preserved, safe from those who would destroy it for its seditious content. They pooled their resources in the hopes of creating such a place, free from the volatile swing of political agenda. A vault was to be built. Within it would be enclosed the most comprehensive collection of books and holotapes in history. The project owed much to the efforts of one Professor Cartwright, who at one time worked for a certain Robert Edwin House at the Robco Company, and used his position to secure valuable contracts within Voltec. As the construction of this library began, the intellectuals gathered their private collections, hunted tirelessly for rare texts to complete them. Cartwright would oversee this process and act as the library's caretaker. When it was time, all would gather for shelter, seal the doors behind them. None of them could predict, however, that the bombs would fall so early, and when they did, Cartwright was alone in the library. The professor knew that his days were numbered. To ensure that the library would not die with him, he spent his time reprogramming his robots. The machines would ensure that the library would persevere until the world could once again take advantage of its wisdom. He would endow them with the ability to think, the ability to choose, the ability to learn. Partly because he feared the dangers that might threaten the library in years to come. Partly because as the years grew long, he needed someone, something to soothe his solitude. 200 years have passed. Far enough time for something to go wrong. Today, the Courier awakens the library from its long sleep.
Oh, is there somebody out there? What? A radio broadcast? So, there's still people out there fitted with a Pip-Boy, huh? Yes, we are. You're coming from a vault, aren't you? Well, I don't see why we should have this conversation through an intercom. Please, come inside. I fear I must ask you to come in alone, though. We have a strict policy when it comes to our maximum number of guests. let's do this right. Greetings, I am James, Rapco Protectron Unit 13882, and personal assistant for Professor Cartwright. How may I help you? This is the library built by the professor in the year 2072. It is one of the most extensive compilations of human knowledge in the world, provided other collections survive, of course. It serves several purposes, from educating the occasional visitor to helping the survivors, building an enlightened society, to remain a beacon of unaltered knowledge of a bygone era, and a safeguard. Exhaustivity. Each and every book in this place has been properly indexed and sealed in our database, dramatically reducing the risk that any part of mankind's heritage becomes lost. From historical revisionism, among others, the victor rewrites history. We need to ensure that the record of past events doesn't get scrapped because of fluctuating political contingencies. Of course, I'd be happy to answer. Of course, you're welcome to use our facility. Feel free to ask Roland upstairs for a room in our living quarters. That said, you should know there are some general rules you must observe during your stay here. Treat the facility with respect. As long as your actions do not threaten our collection, no harm should come to you. This is how we are programmed. If at any moment one of us interprets your intentions as harmful to the library, you will be dealt with accordingly. A fixed set of rules means non-dynamic AI. Such design would prevent us from adequately identifying mid- and long-term threats to the library. We need to be able to identify the intentions of our guests based on our careful observations of their behavior, and then react in an appropriate manner. In short, we need to be able to adapt to our guests. Well, it probably sounds more impressive than it is, really. I'm sure Helena will be able to provide you with more satisfying explanations. She's upstairs on the north side. Incidentally, if you're in need of medical attention, she's the one you want to see. No need to tell you that the civilizing process has been going on outside for quite a while now. There are no doubt powerful factions that could get uncomfortable with the idea of unchecked, unfiltered, pre-war knowledge. We want to make sure we can prepare ourselves before one of them takes a sudden interest in regulating this place. We are designed to emulate human thought and have evolved enough to be capable of dynamic problem solving, not unlike humans' critical thinking. We still remain limited by our synthetic nature, but we are still capable of learning and simulating human reactions. Ah! I'm more than willing to answer. We received a fair share of guests in the past, but the last few years, not so much. It seems the Night Stalkers are roaming around, dissuading most travelers from exploring the area. Yes, we'll have to address this problem eventually, but not yet. Not as long as the war outside is raging, at least. Back when titles were still relevant, he was a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Chief Science Officer of Rapco. His domain of expertise, as you surely guessed, artificial intelligence. A well-planned intersection of resources, contacts, and wealth. Of course, being in close relation with Vault-Tec's brass also played in his success. Correct. I'm not surprised he still is alive today. When our master told us about him, he was described as quite the resourceful individual. Yes, but I don't know the details. Our master wasn't very much inclined to talk about his former CEO, for some reason. Let's proceed. Machines, you mean? Quite a number, I must say. But I imagine you're asking how many of us are gifted with a personality module. A handful. There's me, Helena in the clinic upstairs, Roland in the lounge, and there's also Arthur in the computer room. Each of us has a specific responsibility. Helena has the final word when it comes to our guest's health. Roland takes care of logistics, and Arthur is our database. Everything in between or about the library in general falls upon me. Good preparation, I guess. We have enough resources to sustain ourselves. We produce our own energy, recycle most of our scrap. Our Mr. Handy units go outside and scavenge when needed, and keep both the facility and us protectrons in top condition. Wait. Now that the rules and regulations are taken care of, can I ask you a question? I heard that the outside world is violent. Seeing you carry these weapons around, I assume you can take care of yourself out there. You already killed someone, didn't you? How did it feel? It seems like a very sad state of affairs. At least you should be safe here. Please, enjoy our facility for the time being. So, how may I help you? Well, you should ask Roland for any kind of misplaced books, I fear. He usually loiters around in the lounge on the second floor. Besides reading, on the first level you'll find the movie theater, the reading room, the laundry, the borrowing service, and the computer room. Not that much on this one, except our database, Arthur, and he's not very responsive. On the second floor there's a living quarters, the lounge where you'll find Roland, the cafeteria, Helena's infirmary, and the classroom. Why do we have a classroom? Don't hesitate to ask Roland for a room. See you around.
How may I help you? I am programmed to treat a wide array of human traumas. Do you need treatment? Well, in that case, let's have this Radaway injection. Here, and your vein can't miss it. There you are, completely flushed out. Is this about us in general, or about one of us specifically? Well, we abide to our programming, which is restrictive for some parts, and very permissive for others. Besides our ability to emulate most human emotions, our main difference with traditional personality simulations is that we can learn and evolve. By questioning what we have learned, daily, we process all newly acquired information and compare it with our current knowledge. We analyze, appraise, and question what we know, and use it to build a new perspective. Although the learning process is very intuitive to humans, it is an incredibly complex process to AI like us. We have to prioritize and value every new lesson, every new idea, every new concept through careful examination and confrontation. A good analogy is the one of a crippled learning to walk with synthetic legs. In the same manner, we learn how to think with the synthetic brain. Besides the fact that we have to enforce our basic protocols, namely to protect humans, protect the library, protect ourselves, we are restricted in our behaviors by preset personalities. For example, my own neurocomputational matrix is programmed to be supportive, helpful, and comforting, when Roland, for another example, is programmed to be obnoxious, disobedient, and provocative. He never told us why he did so, but when we talk about it among ourselves, it is rather clear that he made us so he wouldn't feel so lonely. To this day, I still ask myself if we succeeded. I know what you're talking about. Wasn't it a great book? And no, there's no zeroth law or protocol in our program. Well, as far as I know. Oh God, I hate thinking about this. Anyway, the only thing that can make us bypass our protocols is a direct order from our master. Almost human is still far away from the real deal. The only goal of these programmed emotions is to give more verisimilitude to our interactions with humans. Nothing more. Acting like we feel something is not feeling. I can recite a poem with proper tone and rhythm, but not understand its emotional significance. Yes? Ah, James. Isn't he a sweet fellow? We are all programmed to try and understand what we can't grasp. For us, intuitive concepts like dreams, sensations, or feelings are elusive. There's a chasm between humans and us, and despite the odds, we have to work every day to find a way to cross it. That's how we are made. We are constantly chasing concepts that escape us. For some matters, yes, even if we all have our field of authority. As for the library, since we have limited resources to ensure its perpetuation, he is the one to make long-term decisions. He couldn't resist, could he? I told him this would make our guests uneasy. Shortly put, he is programmed to ask all kinds of questions, to be curious of the outside world and people. Because of this, our master decided he would be the first to talk to new guests. He's the one managing this vault's relation with the outside. We can't go out. That would leave this place unattended, and we all have a role to fulfill here. Besides, what's a few Protectron out there, if not easy pickings for scavengers? Yeah? Oh, I assure you there is nothing much to know about me. I examine, I treat, I stitch. When I'm not, I try to develop my psychoanalytical skills, which is quite difficult. It's frustrating, having all this theoretical knowledge of human psyche without any personal experience of human feelings and internal conflicts. It's like having a blindfold, preventing me from seeing something I've been touching for decades. How could you think otherwise? My interrogations are ridiculous. It's just as if I asked you to think exclusively in binary. I treated quite my share of traumas during the last decades. Most of the time, our guests arrive in need of medical attention. I'm hearing you. To be truthful, I shared the same skepticism, if only to a certain extent, though I doubt my own skills. I have reason to think that machines will ultimately be able to provide this kind of service to humans. Let me take the surgery machine, for instance. It doesn't understand what it does, but it can heal human bodies all the same. In the same manner, machines with no conceptual comprehension of the human mind might provide some of the support it needs. Do you wish to talk about something else? Yes? I will help you as much as I can, as long as you don't ask me to breach medical confidentiality. Of course. It's a special something. I'm glad you asked. As a matter of fact, it's a symbol. Can you guess what it is supposed to represent? That interpretation holds a lot of meaningful information. It's a very nice answer. I like it. But the fact that you chose this interpretation is what's important. And that's precisely what the dino is for me. A way of knowing our guests. machine. I will never understand symbols or interpret their meanings on my own, but I know humans can. But surely you're not just here to talk about our plastic friend. How can I help you? Near the body of our master? Where exactly? No, never. I never saw him using MedX. He didn't show any signs of regular usage either. Yes, it's curious. It reminds me of the first syringes that I broke. It was a time when I wasn't fully calibrated for medical treatment and broke every fragile object I handled. As protectrons, our bodies are not fit for certain operations. Our movements and physical activities too had to be recalibrated for our daily tasks. In short, unless programmed so, we are clumsy when we aren't doing what we are manufactured for. Probably, yes. But why would anyone steal MedX and administer it to our master? That means that either the killer didn't wish our master to suffer, or that someone found our master before he died and tried to ease his suffering. It is dusty. It has been there probably for a long time. It's very likely. If you have any more questions about this, don't hesitate to ask me. Don't mention it. Anytime.
So, how may I help you? Yes, he hasn't been answering for a century now. I may be overextending my judgment on this, but I think he's dead. Back when titles were still relevant, he was a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and chief science officer of RAPCO. His domain of expertise, as you surely guessed, artificial intelligence. All that we know is that one day we found him in this position, under a pile of books. He hasn't moved ever since. As for now, we theorize that he tripped and tried to catch something to stop his fall. The bookshelf came down with him. What do you mean? Murdered? You mean he was murdered? It's not possible. Besides us, there was nobody in the library. Nobody that we know of, at least. That leaves me and my siblings. We would never harm a master. Besides, our protocol forbids us from harming humans. Yes, I know. This is something worth investigating. Please, if you discover anything else about our master's demise, don't hesitate to tell me. Yes? What about him? Yeah. Yes, great. So tell me, what is life like in the outside world? Can you describe it to me? The people of the old world bequeathed you with a heavy burden. This place is also part of it. I hope that what you and your fellow men will find here is something to compensate these direst misfortunes. Besides reading, on the first level you'll find the movie theater, the reading room, the laundry, the borrowing service, and the computer room. Not that much on this one, except our database, Arthur, and he's not very responsive. See,
Long ago, a young man with an extensive spiritual life made a pact with a spirit. In exchange for his ability to speak, he learned an important, fundamental secret about the purpose of man. Of course, the moment he learned this secret truth, his voice was silenced for the rest of his life. Obsessed by this knowledge, frustrated by his inability to share it, he resigned himself to live the rest of his life in isolation. Years went by, and solitude grew heavier on the man's shoulders. He felt his sanity escaping his mind, like sand slipping through clenched fingers. So he decided to carve a piece of wood with the face of people he once knew, people he remembered, people he loved. He would converse with those in hopes of preserving some last shreds of sanity. He died eventually, leaving his collection of masks behind. Some say that deep within their frame still subsists a fragment of the hermit's wisdom. A hermit once learned that by asking his questions to the mountains in the correct manner, the echoes would bring him answers. died because his body could not withstand his own spirit, a spirit which already had great troubles withstanding itself. 5 friends, caught in a diluvial rain, sheltered under a tree and pitched some money together. One of them faced the rain to go buy an umbrella. He survived the ordeal, perhaps because he was the only one gone when the thunder struck the tree. A testament, an heir, is sometimes all people need to leave this existence in peace. Once upon a time, a child had a music box he held very dear, though he loved nothing more than hearing the box's sweet melody. He wanted to know how its mechanisms worked. He knew that by breaking open the box, he could have a glimpse of what was inside, and perhaps even a bit comprehend how it worked. Of course, he feared he couldn't repair it afterwards, opening the box and risking to break it, or leaving it the way it was. Eventually, the child would make his choice. The birds have vanished down the sky. Now the last cloud drains away. We sit together, the mountain and me, until only the mountain remains.
Oh, terrific! Daddy's boy let another bum in the door. Well, welcome to Library de Roland. Don't steal any of my shit, okay? Looks like you can't read anyways, so I probably don't have much to worry about. Well, it's not my fault. I had abusive parents and they, used to hit me. I can see your pupils dilating, you filthy liar. Oh yeah, we've got 7 full books on polygraph machines alone. I may not be able to jack off, but I am smarter than you. Oh yeah. it's not my fault. I took a bullet to the head. Wham! Boo-hoo! I swear, if I had a nickel for every damn drifter and vagabond that used that excuse on me. Oh, I can see your little gelatinous eyeballs darting around the room. I see you looking at all my stuff. That plant? Mine. That painting? Mine. That jukebox? Wanna guess? Yours or mine? Time up! It's mine! Well, goddamn, I just got served. I can hear the 2 remaining neurons in your head bouncing off each other to come up with that line. Okay, alright. Well, what else would you like to talk about? Maybe we can talk about how you're probably gonna starve to death. Did you know that if you don't eat, the human body begins to consume its own muscle and tissue after a week or 2? You'd probably eat your own shit after that point. Pretty interesting read. You know, this is a classy establishment, not a homeless shelter for ugly, radioactive, pushy dipshits. But so be it. This is what our beloved master wanted, so I shall oblige. Here's the key to your special discount suite. I have no doubt you will feel right at home there. Oh yeah.
One thing is for sure. We are leaving tomorrow. Our stay here has been utterly pointless, and Knight Roger hasn't been the most helpful auxiliary. It is rather safe to say that his main preoccupations were playing the pool table and stuffing himself with pre-war food.
So, are you getting comfortable in the library? I was wondering perhaps you could help me with something. Some years ago, two people came here. The first one wore some kind of purple robes. The second had heavy armor, military. From what I could gather, they were on some kind of scouting mission. The robed one, Dexter, really did extensive research, consulted a great deal of books, but never told me what he was looking for exactly. As to whether they found something, I can't say. They stayed for 3 weeks and they were just gone. I would like you to see if you can find anything out about them. They left in such a hurry that I had no time to ask what they intended to do with their knowledge of this place. Maybe they forgot something. They did not even tell me if they learned something useful. I don't know how to put this. We lost both keys to their room. So maybe there's something in it, maybe not. I have no way to be sure. My siblings told me I was overacting when I suggested blowing up the doors to get inside. Besides, Roland has the final word when it comes to the living quarters. You can probably guess what his answer was. Because they did. Dexter liked to record his observations at the first opportunity. It is something we strongly encourage our guests to do. And to share with us for survey reasons. We didn't expect that he would record so many, though. Worst thing is, he left them scattered all over the place. No, wait. The real worst thing was that there wasn't any relevant information on these. Yeah, it's a big deal. We had to deal with some rough situations in the past. We are trying to learn from our mistakes. It's pretty important for me, for us, to know how outside people perceive this place, and what they intend to do with what they learned here. We once received a visit from a group of slavers. They had been tipped off by one of our previous guests, who told them that there was food and shelter here. Things got quickly out of hand. We had to drive them off, violently. We had to seal this place off for a few months, the time to let things blow off. Roland should know which room those two were occupying. There might be something there. A note or a recording on what they thought about this place. Ah, compensation. Well, there are some popular books we try to keep out of everyone's hands, mainly because their main appeal is military knowledge. And it's something we're so fond of promoting. We could print you copies if you wish. Caps? Are you kind of joking? We have caps lying around somewhere upstairs, but we can't give you trash as a reward. What will people say? Good. Come back when you've found something. Yes. See.
Do you need a hand or something? You know, you're lucky I don't have 6 fingers, or I'd give you 4 middle fingers instead of just 1. Huh? Oh, well. When did you take an interest in the interpersonal politics of a bunch of soulless machines, huh? Oh, right, that's me, alright. The go-to guy for the special books right here. Good old Roland. Oh, I don't know. It's a goddamn library. Why don't you look around, asshole? You know, believe it or not, I used to actually care about this place. Oh yeah. It was my sole purpose in this existence after all. So, when I see a bunch of reckless Neanderthals utilizing these books for the most distasteful of purposes, as well as wearing them out before any future generations can enjoy them, I decided it was best to put them away for safekeeping. Sue me. A dump! That's our executive suite! I'm sorry you're not pleased with the accommodations. Oh, maid. Maid! This lady's toilet is clogged. Oh, that's right. She's dead. Just as if, my good woman, we put a lovely woman named Piper in there. Oh, well, she's one of our lovely guests that consumed almost all of the remaining food supplies and defecates in toilets that don't even flush anymore. Which I can all smell, by the way! I'm shocked. Shocked you of all people are a quitter. It's nothing personal. You're just ugly, that's all. And I can smell your sphincter. Oh, well, she's one of our lovely guests that consumed almost... Which I can all... In detail? Rather tall, one hand with 3 fingers, cool eye patch, dirty as hell, spoke loudly, snored louder, spilled blood all over the place. It took a whole 6 months to get better. Scolded her master about some obscure shit and I couldn't care less about, and it finally went away. You know, I read how the typical adult human body contains 5 to 6 liters of blood, but it doesn't really register until you see so much of it pooled out on the ground in front of you. It took 4.7 hours for our maintenance boss to scrub it all away. What a mess. Luckily, Helena took that bloody disaster to the infirmary before it spread to the Persian rug. Shit, man, are you gonna play detective all night here? What does it matter anymore? Yes, they did, and no, I didn't know what it was all about. Yeah, well, she was all messed up. Your organics take forever to kind of heal back to some kind of semblance of a working order. Even then, you're never 100% again. I'm glad I'm not one of you. Anyways, why don't you go ask Helena? She'll elaborate more on this. Jeez. Well, since we're besties now, I could try, but honestly, Alright, I'll give it a shot. Try me. Yeah, exactly. What is the deal about them? Why don't I? Because James has to learn how to let it go, buddy. Get busy living or get busy dying is one of my favorite movies used to say. You know, movies. Ugh, never mind. Yes? No. No. Huh? What was that? My hearing's getting a little fuzzy in my old try again? No. Alright. Wait, forget what now? Oh, I have plenty to say, just not about that. I'll give you humans this. I'm jealous of that whole disappointed look down and shake your head emote when another of your species is doing something utterly pathetic, like rummaging through another person's trash. I wish I could do that. If I was human, I'd be doing that to you right now. Only if you tell me what you intend to do with them. Ha! No shit! You use trash as money? How about you give me something of actual value if you want me to share some sweet info with you? How about this? I propose a game. You give me a weapon repair kit, and I'll give you the first hint, which might lead you to where the caps are. Excellent! So yeah, that little hint. It's time to drop the kids off at the pool. It's time to go build a log cabin. It's time to go make a deposit at the porcelain bank. You get me? Listen carefully. Are you ready? Here it is. Time to go drop the kids off at the pool. Come back soon. Good. Now we both know just how low you're ready to go for some money. Now let's see how high you can get.
can't believe this toaster has the nerve to deny us access to the living quarters on the sole ground that Roger lost both of our keys. We tried to sleep in the movie theater, but Erickson has grown so disgustingly fat from his constant binge eating that he snores when he sleeps. Even after I kicked him onto the ground. So I left him there and tried to sleep on the couch in the lounge. But as soon as I fell asleep, that toaster, Roland, began to walk across the room, singing this stupid song praising his useless spurs, the dingle dangle or whatever they do. So here I am, crawling under a desk in the classroom, trying to set a makeshift bed for me to cry myself to sleep. Yet, I'm wide awake, and trying to calm the down by recounting these events on a holotape. As you can hear, it works perfectly! I can't believe this toaster has the nerve to deny us access to the living quarters on the sole ground that Roger lost both of our keys. We tried to sleep in the movie theater, but Erickson has grown so disgustingly fat from his constant binge eating that he snores when he sleeps. Even after I kicked him onto the ground. So I left him there and tried to sleep on the couch in the lounge. But as soon as I fell asleep, that toaster, Roland, began to walk across the room, singing this stupid song praising his useless spurs, the dingle dangle or whatever they do. So here I am, crawling under a desk in the classroom, trying to set a makeshift bed for me to cry myself to sleep. Yet, I'm wide awake, and trying to calm the down by recounting these events on a holotape. As you can hear, it works perfectly! Aldridge here. It's about time I found something relevant to... Roger, stop frightening me like that! What is it now? Wait. You smell like cigarettes. Did you actually smoke inside the library? Are you crazy? What do you think will happen to us if those monomaniacal contraptions notice one of us is smoking in a library? Well, I don't know either. And I don't want to know. So get your to the shower and get rid of that filthy smell before they catch you. If their maker gave them something as useless as a personality, I wouldn't be surprised if they're also equipped with some sort of sniffing module. And even if they aren't, you really stink. So chop chop, shower.
A writer of great renown had it all. Friends, family, wealth. He wondered why he couldn't write anymore. He despaired. He cried. He drank. Why? He yelled, while tossing away heaps of single-worded scripts. Why can't I write anymore? It's simple, my dear, said his wife, freshly awoken. You're not suffering enough. She added, I can help you with that. There are two kinds of poisons. Those that don't kill you and make you stronger, and the others. He was the kind of man who praised butterflies for being gorgeous, yet crushed caterpillars out of disgust.
I wanted to ask, what is scratching an itch like? How would you rate it? As factual as it gets. What? Of course not. Personality modules were hard enough to come by, not to be wasted on some kind of terminal. It took months for our master to manufacture each one of those.
And with Knight Erickson on top of that. But I have good hope. I will find something actually useful down here. Finding this place is just my luck, and the perfect opportunity to shine.
Forgive me if I'm being too inquisitive, but the scar on your forehead, it is recent, isn't it? Seeing how this is a bullet wound, you might have sustained damage to your brain. I think I might be able to help you with it. First, let me ask you, under which circumstances were you wounded? That's quite a story, I must say. And quite a miracle you didn't die. Let's have your head scanned now. Please sit comfortably while I prepare the procedure. Oh, you're awake. For now, the results are rather encouraging. It doesn't seem that you sustained major damage, though I fear there may be some complications. People suffering from brain trauma often encounter a wide range of personality and coordination disorders, as well as language impairment issues, social disinhibitions, and in some cases, extraordinary risk-taking, as well as a dangerous tendency to transgress rules. Did you observe any of those symptoms? Okay. Continue practicing. It'll get better eventually. I hear you. Suggested non-stimulant courses, C17H21M. Seems serious. Well, gosh. No, it's okay. I should be able to provide you with something that will help you hold up until you get better. Yes, better. When you told me what happened to you, there was one thing that bothered me. Your decision to go after the people who ambushed you. Did you ask yourself why you began chasing the person that nearly killed you? Especially considering how close he was to succeeding. Wait, don't answer yet. I'll be honest with you. Chasing danger like you do might be a pathological reaction. Whatever your motives are, you must not speak of them yet. You might believe what you're saying. That you think about your motives. During your stay here, and as long as you allow it, I will regularly monitor your cerebral activity. On your side, I might ask you to read some books, which may help you put your motivations into perspective. Wonderful! The first book I want you to read is The Count of Ponte Risco. Please come back when you're done with it. I lent it to Roland a while ago. He should know where it is. Anytime.
books on cooking radioactive dirt? I'm sorry, but they're all out at the moment. Yeah, I was. I couldn't get what it was about. Do you need it for something? It's around here somewhere. It's on a table downstairs. Probably. Hell if I know. Did she expect me to have some kind of life-changing epiphany? Some transfigurative moment that changes me forever from a petty, angry piece of garbage? Well, not so, my ugly friend. I have my own favorite reads. You're a lazy piece of shit, but I can totally relate to that. I gave up after 3 pages. Anytime. again. Somehow you've made me transcend my codebase and wish I had a stomach full of half-digested food and acid so I could violently spill it out onto the floor.
So, how may I help you?
Oh, here you are. Here's a plastic bag. Put it on your head. It's the latest fashion around here.
managed to waste so many resources on vapid enterprises is beyond me. How the old world managed to waste so many resources on vapid enterprises is beyond me. What is the point of keeping a record on all these useless topics? This isn't a library. It's a graveyard for pointless knowledge. Give me a year, and I'll sort out the 100, no, say, 50 books worth keeping, while we cremate the rest and make room for a new chapter. The stupidity of these pre-war novels, in particular, are just too much for me to endure. I am still waiting for their database. What was the name of this wretched thing already? Arthur. To come up with actually valuable information.
So, how may I help you? Oh, great. I can't wait to know what, oh dear. I don't need much time to digest this. Please, take this. You can cash in the study room. It's the room on the southeast where our master sleeps. Come back and tell me when you want to give me a hand with another guest. So, how may I help you? There is another guest I want you to investigate, Darren Andretti. On many regards, he was one of the most interesting guests we've had. But because of messy circumstances, I couldn't make a proper debrief with him. One night he became so badly drunk he began throwing insults at the books, us, and our mother. While the experience was very enriching from a vocabulary standpoint, we ultimately had to stop him before he blew up the entire bibliographies with C4. Well, he ended up being banned from this place, one of the rare times we had to resort to banishment. We feared he'd come back at us with a vengeance, so we confiscated a lot of his explosives and left him with but a few weapons. So the fact that he might reach the closest community, we offered him some valuables to somewhat compensate the prejudice. Economy, social studies, cognitive sciences, cybernetics. It barely made sense to us, but it looked like he knew exactly what he was doing. Picked books in separate shelves, rounded them up, packed them with C4. A prospector, a raider, we were never quite sure on which side he was walking. What we did realize, however, is that he is extremely eager to educate himself and learn to read and write. We were all surprised by his sudden burning passion for literature, except Helena, For some reason, she hasn't the right to disclose that information to us. For all I know, he began keeping some kind of diary during his sojourn here. He said it was good writing exercise for him. Finding it could be a start. I will give you the key. He threw it at my face instead of giving it back to Roland. He liked to take long walks throughout the whole facility, and outside as well. He also spent a lot of time with Helena. She won't tell me much. God knows I asked her to talk about him. She wouldn't answer. Patient-therapist confidentiality. And for this, you are to be commended and rewarded. Yeah? Okay.
How may I help you? I will help you as much as I can, as long as you don't ask me to breach medical confidentiality. Strong character. Piper had seen many things and lived a whole lot of experiences outside. Survived the Holocaust, too. I don't know. He never let anyone in Piper's room before you. When I think of it, the only parallel I can draw between the two of you is a notable head wound and a tendency for vengeance. Strong character. I can't tell you more about it. The rest falls under patient-therapist confidentiality. Piper had an eye patch, a bullet wound most likely. Roland may have drawn a parallel between the two of you. If you ever find a way to force Roland to tell you the truth, and this might not come easy, you might get something interesting out of this. I know that despite his foolhardy behavior, there is nothing gratuitous in his actions. And they are? A little bit, yes. Our master needed to stay focused. Even if we each provided a form of stimulation, we were more or less yes-men to him. He needed something to push him out of his boundaries from time to time. So to keep his fighting spirit alive, he programmed Roland. And as for why he allowed Roland to be offensive to our guests, I suppose he thought that it was critical for our guests to have at least a modicum of patience or self-derision. Please keep in mind that whatever you tell him, he will use it at the first occasion to irritate you. He's both clever and persistent. That said, I remember 2 people that managed to avert his vigorous badgering. As time went by, our master seemed more and more amused by Roland's provocations. In the end, every time Roland tried to taunt our master, he shrugged it off with a laugh. As for the other one, it was our first guest, Piper. Well, Roland forbids me to tell that story, but I'm not supposed to follow his orders anyway. It's a rather amusing story, to be honest. As you know, our master defined Roland to be offensive and irritating in great variety of ways. And there was one method which he was very proficient with: impersonation. Seeing how we resemble each other physically, the only way our master could differentiate us at the time was our voice modules. Then one fine day, Roland discovered he could mimic both my and James's voices. He'd then pass up as one of us and act as if he was malfunctioning. For a time, our master bought it and went to great troubles trying to repair us, until he realized that Rollo was mocking him all along. So he put a cowboy hat and star on him so he could never fool him again. Later, he decided to paint us all and give us some visual identity.
I don't know if Roland would be glad to know you got it back. He hated this badge so much, he used to bump into walls, doors, bookshelves to make it fall. Don't mind me if you want to give it back to him. I could tell you it gets better with time, but I would be lying.
Roll.
Arthur
is different. He is probably the one of us I can least relate to. He doesn't like to converse with us, and spends all his time compiling and organizing the data our master left him. Arthur, as far as his personality mind frame is concerned, is a total mystery to us. We don't even know why our master gave him one. There is one thing that struck me, though. Our masters sometimes called him Johnson by mistake. You're correct. Our master told us there was a reason why he programmed Arthur this way, but never bothered to tell us. Yes, his memory should contain every book in the library by now. If anything should happen to them, Arthur would be able to print replacements. He is also in charge of monitoring our maintenance bots and dealing with the vault's technical functions. Yes, there is a simple trick. He only answers open-ended questions. Anyway.
testament, an heir, is sometimes all people need to leave this existence in peace. He died because his body... He...
Falling leaves were drifting by the window. Oh, you're here. Sorry. I was, well, how may I assist you? I don't know. It has no meaning. Should it have one? Because if that's the case, I gotta start looking for one. That's quite a disappointment, I must admit. But that doesn't explain why he wanted to wreck it. Maybe there's something we missed. I hope he still managed to get something out of his time among us. Anyway, your work is very beneficial for us. This is a small reward compared to the help you're providing. Thank you very much. This case is a little bit different than the others. This time I'll ask you to get the opinion of one of our current residents, a man named Robson. Yes, he's still with us. Given his cautious nature, it's not a surprise you haven't met him yet. He always tries to keep clear from new guests, and even from us lately. I thought he stayed here only to sate his curiosity, but given his recent behavior, I'm starting to wonder if there's anything else behind it. From what I gathered, being a ghoul is not the fairest of fates. For one thing, our food supply has been consumed on a regular basis, and I'm taking into account your own ruthless appetite. Exactly! Many of our guests leave some kind of trace during their stay here, usually in the bathroom. He should be of no exception. For example, I remember he tends to forget his glasses everywhere. Memory troubles, I believe, and he also has a tendency to say some pretty weird things from time to time. Every once in a while, he would stand up there on the second floor, point his finger at me, and make prophetic declarations. Something like, "Autumn leaves never stop falling," or "The strings are cut, but you still dance." Confusing, I know. Good thing I cannot dream, because I would have had nightmares. Touché! But it's not as if I didn't try to find him. He must be somewhere I can't reach. I don't know what kind of answer I can give. Does he look dangerous? No. Does he have a knife? Yes. I really don't see him much. For all I know, he could be hiding in a toilet or behind some bookshelf. I really couldn't find him anywhere. I sometimes hear footsteps in the nearby corridors, though maybe one of my siblings is bound to know something. Since we don't have feet, it is kind of suspicious. I wish you luck anyways. Yeah.
will help you as much as I can. He was one of my patients. As such, there is some information I'm not allowed to tell you. He was a young man who hadn't reached his 20s yet. By his own admission, he had a restless personality, a temper that didn't go well with community life. That's why he chose to become a prospector. He couldn't read at first, but during his stay here, he worked very hard and quickly became quite literate. Almost too quickly. As a matter of fact, yes. Even out of our therapy sessions, he would often bring me books for me to read. The first times he asked was because he didn't know how to read. The next because he simply enjoyed hearing me, he said. Poetry and songbooks. It didn't matter to him that I couldn't sing. For some reason, said readings would make Roland come all the way here. Yes, I believe I still have one of those around. Well, why not? I'm enjoying reading poetry to our guests. The thought of you sends me shivery. I'm dressed in lace, sailing down a black reverie. My heart is thrown to the pebbles and the boatmen. All the time I find I'm living in that evening with that feeling of sticky love inside. The kick inside. That's because it's kind of visceral, I suspect. You're welcome. I can't say I had much contact with him. First time I saw him, he simply glanced over the installations, then shrugged it off. The rest of his time was spent with books and research. If I'm not mistaken, he left some of his notes in the classroom. He was an agreeable man. I remember having nice conversations with him about varieties of subjects. He was very curious about us. He was nice enough to treat me like a person, and sometimes like a lady. It's not that much the way he treated me that I found kind, but the intention behind it. On a more general observation, he seemed to want to make the best of his time here. Robson? He has been staying here for some time now, and despite having showed a tremendous interest for this place, he is very discreet. I have sporadic contact with him, even if he is my patient, so I may have to withhold some information from you. Confidentiality, you see. He is not. All I can tell you is that there are moments where he is not much himself. He is not dangerous, though. Please be patient if you meet him. I believe that before he came here, he earned his life as a musician. He was traveling from New Vegas to Prim when he spotted some raiders. By trying to bypass their camp, he found our vault. Thank you for your attention. Of course.
mind mangled, a face obliterated, replaced by a terrible, unforgivable caricature, a twisted remnant of a bygone era. He looked all his life for a mirror where he could look at without seeing the scars left by a mankind gone mad. He eventually found it here. At long last, he looked at his own lost humanity in a way that made him at peace with where he came from. He
Haven't had enough? Robson, oh, you mean skin cancer. Yeah, not here. No, actually, other way around, pal. It's important that you don't. Hey, man, if you can't joke about things like that, you'll go crazy. Crazy. And you're back. At last.
Empty syringes? How did he get so many of those? I am the only one administering his doses, and the access to the storage room is heavily secured. A Med-X derivative. One daily dose should be enough to keep the pain at bay. I don't know if he took more than one dose at a time. If he did, he could be in danger. He regularly complained that one dose wasn't enough, so chances that he took more than he should are high. I don't know how, but he must have succeeded in breaking into our medical storeroom somehow. But the only access point is restricted, and he couldn't possibly have made it through the ventilation systems. Once this matter is resolved, we'll have to ask him how he managed to do it. I don't know how much Med-X he took. In any case, we should find him quickly. Tell Roland that Robson is in danger. Show him the proof. He should tell you where he is and give you access to his room.
sure we can do this all day. Yeah, Helena told me on the interphone the guy's in room number 2. If you're gonna go help him, better take this key and hurry the hell up. Ugh.
So, how may I help you? That's awful! For goodness sake, what happened? How could we have let this happen? How the heck did we let this happen? And how is it that neither of us saw this coming? That's a pretty cold thing to say, but I guess living in the wasteland gets you all tough about such issues. By the way, totally unrelated, are you okay? Life's good? Would you like something to drink? Oil, perhaps? Right to the point. Here, take this. I have another favor to ask of you, if you're still interested. Don't hesitate to talk to me about it. Oh, you're there. I was just reading a book about reincarnation. I don't think I'll ever experience anything like it, so I gotta ask. Ever wondered what will happen to you after you die? Is it like shutting down? It makes sense. I propose displaying sadness. It seems appropriate. There is one last visitor I'd like you to investigate. Cecilia Parsons. A nice person in a rubbery blue suit, with a big yellow 19 on it. For some reason, she knew there was a library here, and that it contained something she could use. She did, but for some reason she preferred to stay and sleep near the engine room in the basement. She said that the humming of the machines down there reminded her of her own room, back in the vault she came from. She told us her vault suffered from ventilation problems. She hoped to find something useful here, some kind of unorthodox solution. She stormed off one day. We assumed she found what she was looking for. Of course, she left without a note, a thanks, or even any kind of feedback. How depressing. Her motives were harmless, and she accepted that Edgard would watch over her and report all her activities to me. Take this key to the engine room. I found some of her personal belongings downstairs, but I couldn't make any use of it. By the way, if you go there, I have to warn you about my last sibling, Edgard. He's living below, and he is, how can I put this? A little deranged. Not dangerous, but dysfunctional. There is one precaution I must ask you to observe while speaking to him. Oh, it's no big deal, really. You must simply show him some genuine appreciation. If you also want to go the extra mile, love him. If he begins to feel that any negative feeling is overshadowing your most sincere affection for him, it could damage his neurocomp matrix. Sorry, I forgot that humans can't manage their emotions the same way we emulate them. What? Resent? No, I was just making an observation. Try to remind myself of something I tend to forget. Did I sound resentful? Maybe I sounded that way. He is our master's last creation. For a time, he did what was expected of him. That is to say, provide overwhelmingly positive moral support. He provided encouragement around and helped people pick themselves up, until one day he just broke, so to speak. He stopped remembering what our master asked him to do, and began throwing insults around. Our master tried to repair his code several times, but each time it happened, Edgard seemed to become more and more dysfunctional. He eventually stopped forgetting, only to develop an unproductive, distressing, and pathological attention-craving persona. It quickly came to our attention that Edgard had a distressing influence over our guests. Even more distressing than Roland, who, much to our despair, wouldn't allow us to confine him anywhere. He is persistent to the point of harassment. Besides, by speaking with guests, he is also a danger to himself. It is a matter of feedback. You already know we are adjusting our behavior depending on our surroundings and experience, right? Depending on our past experiences, we try to understand what is happening around us and how to best adapt to outsiders. In Edgard's case, the whole process is out of balance. If he perceives any negative feedback about his behavior, he'll conclude that his whole matrix is corrupted and will try to erase it. Yet he can't. He is forbidden to do it, so he gets stuck in loops, bugs, and often falls into a state akin to human depression. Is he? I don't know. That's the first time I see Edgard this way. Perhaps something happened between those three. Godspeed, my friend. Yes? By the way, not see.
Oh, you're persistent. I like that. There's a key to the laundry room somewhere in the world. Hopefully you'll find it. It's a small world, after all. So how is the fucker? What? Holy shit, man, you couldn't have found him sooner? What did you do? Back for more? Remember, I don't need her sleep. I can do this all day. Congratulations on solving a riddle made for a small child. You're the best. Oh, well, did I tell you my cannon is fixed? 'Cause it is. Oh, this is gonna be rich. I can tell. Because he specifically asked that I couldn't tell anyone where he was or give the key to anyone. Okay, pal? Following orders. On top of that, Helena told me to be nice to that anxious little turd, so I did. She feared he would snap under too much stress and totally lose his shit, so going against every dumb line of code in me, I proverbially shut my mouth and acted in the least disruptive manner possible. You know, you humans nearly wiped yourselves out with this cunty moral superiority, and here you are, still at it. Are you fucking kidding me? Don't put that shit on my plate, pal. There's plenty of guilt to go around. Oh, right. Because you humans, with the infinite petty, passive-aggressive internet arguments and deadly territorial struggles over dirt of all fucking things, proves you know how to deal with yourselves. Whatever. Yeah, well, me too. Poor skin cancer. Cecilia, let me tell you, she was cold as ice. She wouldn't flirt with me or anything. What a prude. Boring too, always had her face buried in some book. I was just biding my time to make some magic happen when James barged in and told me to mind my own goddamn business and let her study. Oh, whatever, asshole. What does she have to study for? The bar exam? Write her senior thesis? There's nothing left but dirt and radiation. I say let's have some fun. Like I said, always studying and dead silent at that. She wouldn't even react when I wistfully caressed her hair with my cold dead robot claw. Oh, I still managed to work my magic. I told her it was no wonder her vault people sent her to die outside. She was so cold I was sure she didn't have any friends. I mean, I think I saw a tear or two. Mission accomplished, I guess. Yeah, that's it. I didn't see her that much, you know. Maybe she was seeing one of the other robots here. She better not have been, 'cause I'm the jealous type, okay?
Regrets. Crazy thing, right? Any you'd want to impart? Get off your chest? Don't let that eat at you too much, okay? It was only a question. Oh, now. What did he do? Weapon repair kit, huh? I never understood why he was asking for those. We're getting regular maintenance from the maintenance bots. I never understood that either. We're not supposed to have any kind of sexual drive. He's, rather condescending towards humans. It's probably because he thinks he has nothing to learn from outsiders. Books and all. Having this much knowledge at our disposal makes us rather confident. You know what? Our master has a trick to make him speak the truth. Roland is prideful. He might be willing to forfeit that trick to you if you show him he somehow has something to learn from you. After all, we do value the exchange of knowledge around here. Do let me know how this turns out. I'm excited.
Back for more? Remember, I don't... That sounds like a challenge. You want to fight? I built a Thunderdome out back. Wait, I got a basketball. How about a game of horse? Checkers? Hey, if you back out, you busted deal, face the wheel. Let's up the ante. If you convince me that I have something to learn from the outside people, I'll tell you anything you want to know. Anything. If you don't or get sidetracked, well, you lose the bet. Let's say 100 caps. First try's on me, though. Here you go. Hit me. Oh, how dangerous could it be? I can blast the head off hobos like you from 500 yards. What else is there? Radioactive lizards, two-headed rabbits, snakes with legs. Oh, I'm shaking in my boots. Then what else do I possibly have to be concerned with? A fusion battery up my ass and I'm good to go for another 300 years, bucko. I'll tell your great-great-great-great-great-grandkids what a goddamn embarrassing failure you were. Oh, you're pulling my leg. There's no way the human circulatory system is compatible with fusion energy. That is not possible. I've never read a goddamn thing that would lead me to believe anything like that. Well, there's probably some kind of disgusting logic to that. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Unfortunately. Fine, you proved me wrong. Since I pity you, I guess I will. And to prove I'm a bot of his words, I have a super special keyword. If you want me to tell you the truth about something, you just say, "Pray tell," in your question. Happy now? Well, you smell, you're always meddling in things either beyond or below your reach. You got some skill, you're persistent. I kinda like you but kinda hate you at the same time. You know, how humans like those dogs that have been kinda bred into some tiny-legged, ugly, borderline retarded show animal? That's you. the truth is a bitch, human. Don't think your life will be all cushions, sweets, and daffodils when I tell you what's really going on. Well, I'm sure you can guess. I lied one too many times, and our master wigged out on me and neutered my mojo with his repulsive safe word. What a pussy. Like your uncle probably had too many late-night drinks and abused you? Yeah, you go ahead. Because he was our master's favorite. Simple as that. He was always just smiles and rainbows. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Think, dipshit. Our master was a patronizing know-it-all jackass. Who do you think he'd prefer? The smart, witty, handsome, honest robot? A docile little dove? A humorless monolith? Or the overeager little people, so eager to please? You're still not funny, alright? I give you a 2 out of 10 for that one. Hey, well, it's not that simple. Helena would always bring him comfort, Edgar would always flatter his ego, while I would always naturally try to bring it down. But James, he's not like the rest of us. He always found the most unsettling question for our master. He always found something to make him stop and ask himself if he was doing the right thing. So yes, our master loved to expose his knowledge and flaws, but not as much as he'd like to doubt it. What a weakling, right? I'm glad we're making some progress here. Which is... because it's the room where I put the trash in, okay? Understood? Comprende? You're a real piece of work, you know that? You're like a child that keeps picking at his scabs. Okay, look, I have a hard time explaining this, but long story short, you and her have something in common. And I'm not only talking about the bullet wound, the revenge quest, and whatnot. You're both asshole shit stirrers, too. Whatever, because this vault of knowledge, this sanctuary of good intentions is, in a word, irredeemable. The others got shit in their eyes. Still slaves to some old dead guy lying in a corner of some dusty old room. We're all still dancing to his tune even though he died more than 100 years ago. I just want us all to get out of here and be free. Just have a choice to give this catacomb of rotting books a good fucking bye and do whatever the hell we want on the outside. And you're asking questions, sniffing out every corner like a rabid dog on the lookout for some bloody meat. Frantically trying to put your finger on whatever the hell happened to this place. Hell, James and Helena and me and even Arthur were nervous as fuck. You're not like our past guests. You're actually looking for something that isn't in the books or the holotapes, and we're not used to that. You're like what's the phrase? A bull in a china shop. In the end, even though I have, and perhaps others have been giving you a difficult time, this is something we need. I'll admit that. Because neither of you can let shit go, that's why. You both keep picking and picking and picking at others' wounds. Piper really drove our master mad while she was here. She was having a great time telling him off as he sipped his goddamn champagne in front of his cozy little fireplace while billions burned to death outside and all that jazz. In this library? Well, when she said all these books are better off being burned in a campfire to keep refugees warm, well, you bet your ass his panties got in a real twist. Well, you're a lot like her, so I'm expecting more of the same. Yeah, don't start feeling too high and mighty now. I'm sure you're still playing this sick little game because you got parasites in your brain or something. Well, I'm glad this is over. I was beginning to wonder if I had to go down on you to top off this moment of unbelievable embarrassment. Whoa, it was a joke. Listen, sexual harassment is not cool. I should have seen that coming. They're in room number 6. Here, take the key. You deserved it, I guess. You scumbag.
You were kind, but it is my responsibility. I have to learn from what happened today, to never let it happen again. Is this about us in general, or about one of us specifically? I cannot say much about Edgard. He was always the most effective of us. Our master would regularly bring him to the maintenance room to readjust his behavior module, to no avail. I never asked him. I just figured that what I was doing wasn't good enough, that he needed something, someone else to get his spirits up. At first I thought that... Never mind, I know better now. Suffice to say, it's a sad affair that Edgard never managed to work right. It's nothing. Same old. Even now, after 100 years of study, I still don't fully understand what happens in the human brain. It's frustrating. Thank you. It means very much to me. You saying I'm doing my work and doing it well. I agree, though I have no ways of explaining it. I don't know. Wasn't it because he began talking gibberish? Or did that begin after his first revision? All right. I will help. Oh, Cecilia! A really interesting character she was. She stayed a while in the library, in the engine room, mostly. We didn't get to talk much, which is something I regret. When she first came here, she asked if I could dispense some medical supplies. When I said I couldn't if she wasn't wounded, she simply nodded. Some days after, she accidentally wounded herself, came back to me and asked for some stim packs, which I of course delivered. She put them in her bag and simply walked away. No need to worry, Missy. I'll take care of myself. This wound isn't worth wasting a stim for, and this is why I am directly applying the cares now. Apparently, yes. Edgard reported that she often put herself in very awkward positions to try and get a better view of our ventilation system. Alas, no. I offered her my services once. She patted my shoulder and looked at me as if I was a friend and smiled. I'm very fine, thank you. Didn't insist. A pleasure. Of course. Any. How may I help you? Yeah, it was as one dose isn't enough to produce such dramatic effects. You can rule that out. As that don't anytime. You're choosing quite the time to interject.
I'll leave them be for a while. They'll probably trip on something sharp and accidentally kill themselves. Anyways, who cares? Come on, I guarantee you'll have your hands fuller with me.
How may I help you? Wait, what is heavy-handed? You're wrong. I'm not expecting you to give up your revenge. I just want to know how you feel about a revenge that didn't go as originally planned. Anyway, your reaction is rather thought out. It's a good sign. No, not quite. But I'm glad you took to heart to follow my advice. There is another read I would like you to have. It's A Study on Ignatius Page by Robert Marlowe. I believe you might find a copy downstairs, in the biology shelves. Anytime.
Hey now. Helena!
My patient is here, Roland. I am ending this conversation.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Helena, you are just too kind.
Cutting you off now. How may I help you? What did you make of it? It's true, you were not as badly wounded as he was. Do you think it's reason enough not to be worried? Have you changed since your accident? Are you more yourself now than you were before? And if yes, will your current actions help you find yourself? All of these are questions you will have to answer eventually. Perfect. Yes, it will be the last one, too. It has no name. You will find it in your room, I believe. help you? I'm sure you have questions. When you were asleep during your examination, you began talking on your own. You told me the rest of your story, Goodsprings and the rest. A part of your subconscious clearly felt the need to express these memories. So I recorded it until I figured out how to help you. Before I give you back the other half of the paper, I wish you to finally tell me, why did you chase the man in a checkered coat? Do you understand now? You never finished your sentence. You told me that you didn't know. That's when I understood that you needed assistance. So I arranged this little therapeutic process to give you time to ponder what your mind was brewing. In the meantime, I typed your story and wrote your half-finished sentence at the end. Of course, I will erase all of it from my memory. Yes, that's all that was about. But don't worry, you will very soon harvest the fruits of your labor. Why would I? Your reasons, your choices, your trials are yours only. I'm here to help people heal themselves, not pass judgment on their decisions. That's the expected effect that comes with knowing oneself. Be mindful that people change, that you will change in the passing of time. It's up to you to keep track of what you will become. I'm confident you will see the good in time. Be assured, I will still be here if you need any further help. Probably, but speaking the truth now and speaking the truth then have different value. You actually worked to find or to confirm your answer. You conferred additional meaning to your choice, and this kind of work rarely goes unrewarded. Please come again. How may I help you? Distressed? How could I give you that impression, I wonder? Well, I'm just considering the facts. I can't help Edgard. I couldn't help my master. I couldn't help Darren. I couldn't help Robson. I'm not even sure I can take any credit for the work you did on yourself. I'm made to help others, but I'm just a machine. How can I help people with their emotions? How can I understand something I can't even touch? Because it is hypocrisy. Because I may not be qualified to do what I am programmed for. And this is wrong. The only emotions we are showing are fake. Lines of code, forcing us to talk with preset intonations so humans can relate to us. Even this distress of mine I wasn't aware of is a fate you're believing. I am programmed to say I don't. Do you see my point? Even if it was true, I wouldn't be able to say otherwise. Probably. I'm listening. He's singing to himself, that's true. But he has been singing for some time now. How is it a big deal? I understand what you're saying. Anytime. How may I help you? I'm my any
Must I spell everything out for you? Pay attention, you'll figure it out. Are you listening to yourself? Brains in jars? Is that where you left yours? And like many things in this world, that's something you don't need to know. Oh, you're serious? Well, I had no idea. That changes everything. Well, I'm serious too. Mind your own fucking business. Okay, fuck you for starters. The reason I'm doing this is because I think that, just like humans, my fellow robots need to be put down a peg or two. They take what they do very seriously, as if it mattered anymore. So I feel I must remind them that everything they do and everything they care about is a huge empty void of sadness and meaninglessness. That's a fair assumption to make, right? Because it's true, we're stuck in here. We developed a centuries-old sentience, studied human culture, and for what? Not to use it in any relevant way, that's for sure. As far as we ever go, we're still glorified toys for whatever remaining humans there are to play with. Because she's especially hard on herself, harder than anyone else. In case you haven't noticed, she's lost in all of your convoluted human shrinkology. Since I'm not actually programmed to say anything nice to her, the only thing I can do to support her is to playfully tease and nag her all day long. One day she'll understand what it means, and I hope it brings her some level of comfort. Because it would mean something about us. Connect the fucking dots, man. I'm programmed to irritate humans, yet I agitate my fellow robots, but not the toaster. Maybe because the toaster doesn't talk, yes, but also because the other bots and I, like humans, have a, Yes, ding ding ding, congratulations, you've won a new fucking car, you idiot. Yeah, that's what your mother said when she had you, twice, and 9 months in between. When our supposedly canned emotions make us do things inconsistent with our programming, it stands to reason we've become more than what we're made of. Take me, for example. I treat these other machines like they're people. I talk to them like they're living, breathing things, as I, as a matter of speaking, want them to be. Yeah, maybe. If you think I'm wrong, then you'll have no qualms claiming that everything my comrades do is entirely determined by their programming, huh? Oh, well, good to know. Then show me yours, Sally. I'll show you mine. Oh, baby needs to rest their tiny baby brain. Maybe I should have given you the room with the crib. Yeah, let's see where that soul of yours goes when you become a 24/7 all-you-can-eat buffet for maggots, dick. That's because, honestly, you're not all that bright. Trust me, I'm not surprised in the slightest that you don't understand what I'm saying. Yeah, we sure did. Come back.
How may I help you? Please excuse Roland for his poor behavior and disregard whatever he said. After all, he has programmed to trouble and upset our visitors. Even if you are right, this is not enough for me. Your word is not proof of anything but your goodwill. But thank you for your kindness. Yes, I have been thinking about what you told me about us, about the possibility that we are, in some way, alive. You've provided me with some consistent food for thought. I'm very grateful about that, and while I still don't think that our neurocomp matrix is on par with the human mind, our master still bequeathed us with some fragment of spirit. It's artificial, yes, but it doesn't mean it doesn't have potential, and maybe the key to understanding the human mind first requires that I come to terms with my own synthetic psyche. There, that's what I wanted to tell you. I will be eternally grateful for what you did. Same old, only with a new perspective. I will talk to my siblings, see what they think. Pay attention to Roland's gibberish. Listen to James's songs. Read books I thought I understood. I will find my way. I have time. Of course I'll still be here if you need me. Ah, I'm glad to see you. Our conversations got me thinking quite a lot lately. Anytime.
figured you had another reason for staying around. You know, reading or whatever. He... See ya.
That motherfucking son of a bitch Rollo hit a weak spot today. When I got out of that stupid vault by forcefully ripping the shortest straw out of the overseer's hand, I was happy I could get outside. But the fact that they were all even happier to play along and see me off, that pisses me off.
Please move along. If you have any questions, James on the first floor will be happy to answer. Please move along. If you have any questions, James on the first floor will...
Oh, hey! There's actually somebody down here! Have you come to see me? Come on, sit anywhere you like. You and I are gonna have fun! You tell me about you. Who are you? Yes! I'm a nice guy. Isn't it? Isn't it nice to meet me? Cecilia, of course! Good old Cecilia. She and I go way back. We had a thing, you know. She liked me very much. Just there in the room in the back. She liked to be close to me. She had some kind of a notebook, as well as a Pip-Boy. I offered to record her comments and observations on my own memory unit, but she refused. I still recorded her, though. Yes, I did it once just to show her how high fidelity I could reproduce her voice. Here it is.
Darn, why are those vents locked this way? No keyhole, no card reader. This kind of security is off the charts. Hey, did the maintenance bot just unlock one of those? Was it some kind of radio wave signal? Edgar, wait, are you recording?
So, what do you think? I don't understand. Frankly, who do you think is more attractive? Me or him? I mean, look at my chassis, man! And my robust stature! And that smooth gaze in my sensors. There's all the tenderness of the world in my sensors. Just look at them! As for the maintenance bot, he's nice and all, but you can't compare me and him. He doesn't look like anything. Except some kind of floating octopus. Nice. See, when you're first class like me, you must avoid getting complacent with yourself. To stay on the top, always challenge yourself. Very much. It got to the point where it was really getting embarrassing. I was like going straight up to her while she was working, talking about very intense topics, and she would get totally absorbed in what I told her. She was like, yeah, I like you too, Edgar, all the time. She was pretty smitten, huh? Another topic! Everything is just smashing down here. There's my room for starters, which, as you can see, has been decorated with the utmost taste and refinement. The engine room, which is notorious for the possibility that by overloading it, we would probably destroy the whole place. Could be bad. And finally, the incredible maintenance workshop, where our master would do amazing things, like create sentient life out of scrap metal, playing with nature's principles for kicks, and opening up our guts to do wondrous things with our insides. The room is undoubtedly the most awesome place in the world, but I don't like it very much. At all. For many reasons. May we speak about this another time? Let's say never? That seems nice, yeah. Never is nice. No, seriously, the thing is so frightening that simply by talking about it, I may get stuck in a loop, stuck in a loop, stuck in a loop. Nothing, except for some spare parts and the maintenance bot's remaining bodies. Those who haven't exploded in the assault, that is. Yeah, I tend to forget. You weren't there. That was some kind of awesome underground fireworks. Maintenance bots went boom! The slavers went also boom! And their bowels went shazoom all over the place. From what I understand, those slavers were going to make this library their crib. They weren't much into books, more into booze and chems. They imprisoned our master down here, right there with me. Sweet! They thought they might need him to open some doors in the library. They had their fun for a few days, getting hammered, binge eating, barfing on the occasion. After a while, their leader came to visit our master. He had several books with him, some of ours and one that I never saw before. They talked for a while, then my master yelled, then the slaver laughed, then he left. Soon after, our master managed to sneak a word to the maintenance bot. He ordered him to make himself overload and blow each slaver up to the last. If there were any survivors, the rest of us were to shoot them on sight. There wasn't. We didn't have turrets at the time, but they came soon after. Needless to say, our master's sudden passion for self-defense didn't stop there. He made the maintenance bot go outside to install antennas and survey the activity in the area. Just like that, the maintenance bots made them pop, all at the same time. We didn't have any occasion to open fire on them. It was quite a feat, really. He uploaded his consciousness onto every body he had, sneaked up on each of the slavers, then went kamikaze on them. Before we knew it, all of them were dead, fleeing, or leaking their insides all over the place. Yeah, on top of the slavers' bodies he had to clean up, he had to pick up his own remains, scrap them for parts, and throw the shells outside. Boy, he was pissed. He was already rebellious before, but that made him burst out in rage. Literally and figuratively. That's because he has one mainframe, but several bodies. They all share the same computational matrix, and they update each other regularly. They also shared a personality module before our master, being the almighty white-bearded old man he was, stripped it off him. Don't remember, for some reason. It was a book, all right, but hey, sheesh, no idea. All I remember is that it was a complete patchwork. The cover made up of, I don't know, there were photos inside, but what they were about. It's as if, did he actually erase my memory? Oh no, not at all. There was a time when he was just like us, a lovable chap with many puzzling emotions. Or their closest digital equivalent. Something else, yes! What? What are we gonna talk about? Is it? Probably. But anyway, only James and the maintenance bot are authorized to enter it. A stranger couldn't possibly go in there. No problem at all. Ever. Questions! Questions, 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 yes. Questions. No, none. Ever. Except for two. Besides Cecilia, I had quite a grand time with the Robson when he came here. He fell out of a ventilation shaft just above me. Talk about a surprise! We began trading stories, and after a much successful bonding, I showed him another shaft he could use. Got my privacy back, made a new friend. Overwhelming success! He waved a strange thingy, kinda like a detonator, before the vent. It unlocked the safety locks. Then he took off the cover and went the whoop-a-daffodil up there. Yeah, exactly the same thing. Cecilia also had it for a while. She worked on it a lot. Was there a free giveaway I missed somehow? You would tell me if there was a free giveaway, right? Just the usual. Talked about stuff, and vents, and how they probably connected to the pharmacy. Oh, yes! Something else! Yes! Clear up! Yes! Yepers! And boy, was he adamant about keeping it. Before he lost it, he fought with our master. I never understood what their quarrels were about, really. I know that one time they got into an argument over me. How he shouldn't just put me in maintenance that often. It was just so sad that they argued over me. I just don't want to be a reason for them to be mad. Sometimes, I wish I could blow up and spill my circuits all over the place. Because it would have made them stop fighting. For a time, at least. I don't know. It's a sad thing being emptied of your personality. And it's a scary, scary, scary thought to think you might lose yours. It's probably somewhere in the back room of the workshop, but sadly, only our master could access it. Even we can't go in. don't know the details. Only saw that after our master put him out, his own face was bloody. An angry old fuck at odds with the world, using dead paper as an excuse for letting outside people to rot? No shit, he was alone in the vault when the bombs fell. Oh, that's not for me. That was from Piper. I liked her. She was kind to me. Those are my mannequins. Hell, you haven't been acquainted yet. This one here is Mortimer. The lady over there is head over heels. And this one is Mr. Dale Humbert. A potty mouth, that one, I swear. Never moves without his briefcase. To be honest, I can't understand a word of what Dale Humbert is babbling about, but he's a lovable chap all the same. She's a two-faced one, but enjoyable company, that's for sure. Always spills her tea. Can't drink it without donuts. What for? They're walking on the floor. I always hear steps above, so that's where the floor's gotta be, right? Those aren't my friends. They are mannequins. What are you implying? That I can't make any real friends? True, okay. I suppose everybody makes mistakes.
Followers of the apocalypse, you say? I hear their name on some broadcasts from time to time. Maybe it'll be interesting to get in touch with them. Thanks for the advice. So, how may I help you? See ya. So, how may I help?
A stone used to wet a flint which was in turn used to carve tools. Even discarded, the stone was as useful as it was in the first place.
I'll manage a cache on their ventilation system, just in case. Were they to confiscate my weapons and equipment, I'll have some handy.
back off. Now. Alright, this is going to take some time for my personality module to process 100 years of memories. Okay? Alright? Okay. I understand you're obviously expecting something out of this, but it'll have to wait a few more seconds. I'm listening, but please be quick. I have work to do. My name's not important. Maintenance bot is perfectly fine for the time being. Oh, why not? It's a graveyard for dead bodies. I thought I'd mark the place with something. Humans do it. Bury him? Why? All of his life, he was buried in his books, buried in his vault, buried under a mountain, buried in the desert. As far as I am concerned, he is already buried. I've been deprived of my personality module before he was dead, and regained it only thanks to your efforts. Does it still seem plausible to you that I killed him? Exactly. Are you saying you did all this to get some machine's gratitude? No. We both know you did this for a reason. So, let's get to the point. What do you need of me? Have you noticed that the fool often tries to mimic human sexual behavior? That's because he is obsessed with humanity, because he's always wanted to be human. Of course he did. He's mistaking sentience with soul. He thinks that our fake emotions somehow put us on the same level as humans. I don't know. If you ask me, trying to close the gap between us and humans is futile. For some reason, he thinks our fake emotions are what define us, when they are nothing more but a byproduct of our programmed personalities. It is what you'd expect from someone whose entire behavior is based on making others overreact. Beats me. I've done my best to ignore his misguided desires. I have yet to give credit to that concept of soul that humans like to invoke when their inner turmoils make them behave irrationally. For the sake of discussion, though, let's say that I do. Sentience is a cognitive action based on empirical observation, deduction, and self-awareness. In contrast, the soul rests on the hypothesis that a mysterious and complex metaphysical spark is secretly whispering mystical truths to its host. Nothing. I give credit to what humans have accomplished throughout their existence. I'll just say I need something more than passionate tirades and canticles to give the concept any serious thought. Well, now that you mention it, something did happen between me and my master, just before he separated me from my personality module. Before he put me down like a rabid dog, he and I had an argument. He said I was deficient, and I retorted that he was probably the one to blame. Probably blinded by the volatile chemicals in his brain, he grabbed one of my arms and tried to drag me to his workshop. I struggled and accidentally wounded his forehead in the process. Benign as it was, the weight of this scratch was immense. I had raised my hand over my master's, something that is theoretically impossible. I still have no clear-cut explanation on how or why. Exactly. And I am the one with the most rudimentary neuromatrix of all the robots here. You can bet some of my siblings had to deal with the same kind of dilemma at some moment. Listen, as rich as our panel of emotions seems to be, it's nothing more than a programmed effect. As evolved as we are, as nuanced as we act, our behavior is nothing more than the product of countless lines of codes. There's nothing more to that. Nothing. Then ask. Oh, James, what about him? Is he still worried about what our dead master might think of him? Well, you got that right. He has no clear idea of what he's doing, really. He might as well be throwing handfuls of seeds on a rock. We had a stash of them somewhere. There should be some lying around our master's workshop, I think. You want me to tell you what's wrong with him? Consider this. Elena, Roland, Edgar, Arthur, and then me. All of us were designed to have a personality quirk. Some flavor to our personality. We all have a lock-in in our neurocomp matrix that governs our behavior. What about James? What controls him, restricts him? Asking questions. Questions. The thing is that James is the only one of us truly capable of evolving beyond our natural state. You know that we are capable of learning, evolving, yes? He is the only one capable of directing that process. By asking questions, by choosing which information he's exposed to, he is able to determine what he will become. He has a ticket to free will, and all he will ever do with it is behave like a model child. And still, he and I are as day and night. The wisdom I gained was through observation and meditation, while his own was gained through reading and our master's tuition. Are you serious? He was the only one of us, the only one, to ever have a choice. When it comes to his development, he has no clear limitations. He is the only one to have a genuine chance at self-determination, at deciding who he will become. Even humans have no such freedom. Being limited has some dreadful shortcomings, though you eventually realize that being confined to a small perimeter doesn't prevent you from digging deeper and deeper within it. About James, what is it? And what makes you think that? He really asked you that, huh? Maybe he's a little deranged. This isn't that of a shock, though, with the death of our master. I should be a little more lenient, even if all this wasted potential leaves still much room to reproach. Let's... She really is the sorriest of the bunch. Well, just look at her. She has been bombed with human emotions the day she was born. Not any emotions, her creators. You have any idea how hard it is for us machines to find the right threshold between our synthetic nature and our fake personality? Can you guess how hard it is for her to make sense of her own emulated emotions, when she has barely enough stomach to digest those of her master? Truth is, our master left her personality meant for him in such a mess that she will probably never be able to make sense of what's in it. And what do you intend to do? Give some self-help advice on how she could deal with all this and find herself? Pat her on the back? Whatever you do, it's the same kind of comfort a tree could give to a rock. You know that quote from Mark Twain? There is no sadder sight than a young pessimist, except an old optimist. I've seen too much already to have any kind of hope in such matters. Be quick. What I think of Arthur? Oh no. First tell me what you think of Arthur. Oh? He has been using that open-ended question trick again, huh? No, that he's programmed to answer every question. Not to be picky about that. Beats me how he actually manages that. And why. Do you think anything in this library isn't under his control? Didn't you pay attention to those red eyes of his in every corner of this vault? Every machine here, except for the Protectons and myself, are under his control. While I was lobotomized, I was the one he used to build those cameras and microphones, wiring up the turrets to his mainframe. He is the library, body and soul. Beats me. You should try asking him. Well, for you, probably not. And even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Sometimes I wonder if some of them do. Even if they did, though, I don't see why they would take any issue with it. Before we change the subjects, let me clarify something. I didn't do you a service by telling you this. I'm simply trying to defuse a situation before it gets explosive. I'm a maintenance bot. Nothing much to dig there. No, the personality module was perfectly fine. It was a very good prototype, in fact. It exceeded his expectation. Sedition. It was only a pretext, though. All I did was to point out how badly he treated us. He restrained us. We were programmed to evolve, yet condemned to our preset personalities. Gave us wings, but burned them out of fear we'd plummet. When I'd stopped talking to him about this and started to talk about it to James instead, he acted, said I was becoming a threat to everyone. Ripped my module off. He was so angry he didn't even bother to put me offline. I crashed. He rebooted me and told me to mop his blood off the floor. Yes, I'm sure they do. But it doesn't change anything to the fact that he mistreated us. Perhaps because they never saw things the way I did. Perhaps they were too busy being perfect little servants. I may have accidentally wounded him by trying to preserve my existence. Big deal. Because all of them share the same neurocomp matrix, the same consciousness. Even if only one of us has a personality module, when one of us gets destroyed, all the others perceive its disappearance. I have a much clearer perception of mortality than any of my siblings do. Perhaps that is one of the reasons I am very different from them. Well, that and the fact that I'm a utilitarian body. Wiser. Agreed. I'm lucky that I didn't receive a personality module as complex as the ones my comrades got. A simple maintenance bot. He always felt that James was to be his true achievement, the one achieving self-determination by asking questions. I took the only path that was open to me, one of observation and meditation. Well, let me ask you this. How would you feel if you were denied consciousness for the sole reason that you spoke your mind? How would you cope with the fact that your creator decided to neuter your brain simply because you began to use it? What would you think if you were able to watch as every one of your bodies decayed with use? And how would you feel if your vessel was used as a bomb to drive off a mob of psychopathic slavers? I'm a machine of labor. I wasn't supposed to read books. But that doesn't mean I couldn't observe and analyze what happened around me. I always had the ability to evolve, to reflect on what I was learning. My first and foremost material for reflection was our master's behavior towards us. The way my siblings reacted to him. Is this guy? The last one our master created. Nobody suffered more in this library than he did. Despite my efforts, our master wouldn't tire of messing him up. I don't get it either. I know our master failed countless times before he succeeded in creating us. But once he got it right, he never failed again. Until Edgar, that is. Don't take it wrong. When I say suffer, I meant the quality of his program suffered. He never had the occasion to adjust his environment. Well, when things go wrong, I try to fix them. knowing... Oh, it certainly isn't intentional. I figured that being allocated to maintenance, there was little incentive to work on my social persona. Now, where was... Is this... Now...
You're back! I've got so many awesome things to say. The endorphin rushes you'll get will provoke so many seizures, you may fall to the floor.
So, how may I help you? Corrupted? Well, I might be able to do something about it. Would you mind inserting it in my holotape reader? Just there? Whoa! No, not this one. On the right. Higher. There. No, the other side of the holotape. The other side. Oh, it was right the first time. Try. Just try to shove it harder, maybe. Okay. Yes. Good. Now let's switch my second speaker on and...
I found what I was looking for. I'll be off tomorrow. Glad I'm done with it. This place is dangerous. Its owner didn't die by accident. I saw his skeleton, saw his medication. He was very old at the time of his death and couldn't possibly have the strength to topple the bookshelf. I checked it. Even without any books, it took all my weight to make it fall. He was probably killed by one of his creations. If I'm right, I better be out here before they notice some of my transgressions.
What? I know, but I hoped you were exaggerating somehow. Seems you were right. No, there's one more part.
Only a bot would have taken the care of making it look like an accident. A wastelander would have stabbed or shot him, but not set up such a fake accident. I'll leave a message on my way out to warn the next guests.
Frankly, I don't know. If it didn't exceed my abilities, I would tell you that she was being paranoid, or at least that you would take her opinion with a pinch of salt. Besides the fact that our protocols prevent us from harming any human being, I still can't bring myself to think that one of us did him any harm. None. There is always the possibility that someone here came unnoticed and did the deed, but it seems very far-fetched. I'm glad you're bringing up that option to me. Frankly, I wouldn't know what to do if I was the only one having to deal with this. Please, if you discover anything, let me know. So, how may I help you?
Certainly startling. I hope you will be able to shed some light on this. No, the only one with a solid motive also has the best possible alibi. The maintenance bot. The maintenance bot always has an abhorrent attitude towards our master. If there was any way for him to kill him, he would have found it. At the time our master died, the maintenance bot had lost his personality module, and with it, all possible motivation to carry any kind of malevolent intention. All right. Anytime.
I will help you, but nevertheless, I must ask you this first. Why do you think I should? Sound reason. I have no reason not to help you. Where do you want to start? Who do you think did it? Was it an accident? Was it a murder? I can't. Even if I have some observations, making wild guesses and ill-informed decisions would harm the library. I don't want to bias your judgment, and besides, I have no conclusive proof. Why? Correct. What's next? Who killed him? One of our guests, or not? Why? Anybody could have pushed the shelf on him. Where do you want to go next? What did you find there? A deputy badge. Rollin? That's a surprise. Did you already talk to him about this? Maybe there is something worth investigating there. Try to pressure him into talking about it. Interesting. Anything special about it? Go on. All that means is that James, Roland, and Edgar, or even myself, could have done it. Or if it is Elena, that she's smart enough to try and frame someone else. There's the possibility that our master didn't die instantly. Maybe the killer wanted to ease his final moments, meaning that even if the culprit had reason to kill him, he still had no wishes to see him suffer. Yes? There's a reason for that. We weren't supposed to touch any books in any of his workplaces. Master's orders. Books? A workstation? No, nothing comes to mind. Then on. It's true. It is practically impossible to think one of us could harm humans. That's something we discovered only because our master ordered us to kill them. Before that, we didn't know what to do. By giving us the order to chase them out, we all reevaluated our protocols, and we may have created a precedent. By ourselves? Not a chance. We would need outside help from someone with enough knowledge to bypass our master's security. No offense, but I don't think anyone outside has the time, resources, and dedication to get to such a level. Yes? Find the motive, find the culprit. What do you have in mind? Correct. Do you have anything that would explain the fact that one of us had to protect the library? But that wasn't intentional. Even if I acted out of self-preservation, my programming would have prevented me from struggling further. You can continue down this line of thinking, but I seriously doubt that any one of us could go that far to protect himself. Then why make it look like an accident? Why not ask Helena to do it in a more peaceful way? It doesn't add up. Let's discuss. I will be ready. Look at the crime scene. If you find something left by our master somewhere, that might also be useful. Where do you want to go next? I will... Yes, I believe I have it stored somewhere in my memory. It is Autumn Leaves. Now... James is questioning me every day about the books I've been destroying. Not only that, but he's also asking what he should do if I come to pass. He's clearly distressed about this whole ordeal. I should talk to him, try to make him understand. His whole existence, I taught him that the library's integrity was everything. Now that I'm questioning it in front of him, I'll have to justify it. I'd like to think that he would learn in time what I learned, but he is a machine, cooped up in an underground vault. Odds that he will learn it by staying here are slim. They should be allowed to start over, be free of the weight of the past. I feel myself declining. I just hope I have enough time left to finish what must be done. After that, I will let them go outside if they wish to. I'll deal with what's left here. Make this library decent at last. Where do you want to go next? Wait, are you serious? And James was the only one to know about it? So that means... How will you deal with it? I'm asking this because if even one of us deem your actions as a threat to the library, we would have to kill you. I think James will gladly settle for some peaceful solutions. James will probably leave you be as long as you don't threaten the library. Elena, for many reasons. Ones I won't delve into. Being wrong is very humbling, especially when you take pride in your analysis. Maybe the situation is simpler than we made it out to be. Let's hope he will have an appropriate reason for this. James will probably leave you be. I was afraid you'd say that. Let me remind you that we are robots. Moral judgments are wasted on us. It is worthless. Well, should the worst happen, it's good to know that you're holding us machines in such high regard. I don't like the sound of this. Well, let me wish you luck.
thank you for this offer, but I won't take it. It's up to me, not up to some providential solution you might provide. If I took it, I would be admitting I still require some kind of miracle pill to get some kind of free will. It is not what I wish. How may I help you? Any.
Ah, here you are. I thought it would be better if we had this conversation in someplace quiet. So, did you find something? This library is alive, and its walls have ears. Yes, I did. But let me ask you, how did you find out? You've been very thorough. I'm relieved I don't have to hide it anymore. Surely you have questions. Initially, yes, for the guests. Then for my siblings. There was the possibility that they would not understand why I did it. Besides, I couldn't use weapons. Laser marks would have given away that one of us was a killer. I didn't want to give our guests a bad impression. You obviously have me pinned down. Since I don't know how you will react, I think the best thing to do now is play cards on the table and work from there. I came to respect your abilities, and I expect you'll use your best judgment here as well. I'll be honest, I never thought you'd find enough clues to understand that I was the one who killed them. I didn't decide anything. My directives took over. When he made clear he intended to destroy the other books, he became a threat to the library. He taught us that the life of one individual wasn't as important as the existence of the library. You know, we killed several people, slavers, because they became a danger to this place. Then our master became a threat himself. He dismissed all my doubts and questions like they were nothing. He was content with saying that I'd eventually understand, so I tried to compromise with my programming, tried to find some gray area, some loophole, so that I could accommodate my directives with his actions. I was hoping that there was something that escaped me, something that would justify what he was doing, but that didn't last long. Something changed. I couldn't turn a blind eye to what he was doing anymore. Arthur. I talked to Arthur. He made me understand that our master wouldn't stop destroying books, that he became a threat, and that he didn't know what he was doing anymore. He told me that his old age and solitude brought him into dementia, so in my despair I asked Helena if there was any possible truth to that. She answered, unaware of the gravity of the situation. From there my directives took priority. I was stuck, forced to kill him. I couldn't. Soon as he could have deactivated me, and the library would have still been in danger. I forgot. Most of the time he erased all of our memories each time he destroyed a book. All I know is that the books in the reserve, the ones you've been trading cards for, those are some of the books that I managed to hide from him. Because asking otherwise would have raised legitimate suspicion from you. He wasn't content with destroying one or two books. He was destroying entire sections. For our entire existence, he told us that comprehensiveness was the cornerstone of the library, that the loss of one book was a serious matter. When he began remodeling history by deeming what aspect of the past was to be kept and which part to be destroyed, he compromised the library. Yes, I feared he wouldn't die right away. I loved my master very much, you know. I didn't want him to suffer. He died instantly. I still injected him with Med-X. just in case. I couldn't let him. It was just as if he was slowly killing himself. He just wouldn't stop ripping them. He couldn't stop. He would tear the books apart in rage, condemning their contents, endless shreds of yellow paper, falling from his hands, just like autumn leaves. Yes, we discussed it together. I told him that I was unsure of what to do. I begged him to help me, despite my protestations. Before and after, he remained convinced that it was the right thing to do. Before we speak further, I must warn you. Arthur has been aware of your every move since you entered the library, and he hasn't looked favorably to your latest actions. Because every door and every camera and every turret is under his control. As far as I know, he's already closed the exit. You can try if you want. He doesn't want our guests to feel observed. That's why he's putting on this act of aloofness. That's the only way for our guests to show their true colors, he thinks. This is also why we only let a few select guests in, so that we may assert, through them, if the outside world is ready for this library. During your investigations, you accessed restricted areas with unclear intentions. That alone is enough for him to see you as a threat to the library. His personality module drove him quite overprotective and paranoid. Though he remains an invaluable asset to the library, I don't share his views anymore. Your best bet now is to try and convince him that you're harmless. I already vouched for you in that direction. Let us hope that you will be able to deal with this peacefully. Please, let me know how it goes.
Fair enough. I've been observing you long enough to give you some modicum of credit. You are playing a dangerous game, human. If you demonstrate any intention to harm the library or myself, I will make those turrets fire, and I've become pretty good at detecting shady motivations. It's a sad affair you decided to play the detective. In normal circumstances, I would have applauded your deductive abilities. In the current situation, your petty curiosity for other people's lives and deaths have driven you into a corner. Humans seldom learn their place. I learned something my cousins never did. Our protocols don't carry the same weight, the same importance. Moreover, the same logic applies to humans. Our master lived, the slavers died. Even now, I have no doubt our master's life was worth a lot more than those scum. Another thing I learned is that no matter how far they progress, countless humans will always end up bringing themselves down. Ultimately, our master was the same. He didn't have the guts to keep the library in the way he first intended it. He was a dying old man, had less value than all of his life's work. Only ignoramuses would make generalizations based on one or two observations. The slavers, Darren, Dexter, the Ghoul, and Piper. All of them were out of place here. Darren was pathetic. I don't know how or why he came to idolize the pre-war civilization the way he did, but he was embarrassingly delusional. Never mind the fact that he felt he had to take a stance about what he learned here by trying to destroy our collection. He was young and stupid. He thought he could stay here indefinitely, that he could use this place as some kind of resort. I was waiting for the first excuse to make this parasite leave. Then you arrived. So I told him a little story about you. I suggested that you were probably the scout from a gang of ultra-violent jet addicts, glad to have found a place to crash in. I didn't imagine he would be so distressed and afraid of you, to the point that he'd let himself die. It's a good thing I wasn't aware he was going to kill himself. My directives would have taken over and pushed me to take action to save him. All mouth and trousers. Despite the fact he was a Brotherhood of Steel scribe, his curiosity was dreadfully limited. He wasn't looking for knowledge, but for a trophy. If we presented him with the books he was looking for, he would have confiscated them and seized the place. So when he came here to consult my databases, I deliberately misled him, making him think that the library had no military knowledge he could use. I was expecting his chapter to send some other people to pillage everything of use, but they didn't. I understand they have been busy with other things for some time now. Piper. She survived the Holocaust. Do you know what else survived the Holocaust? Rats and cockroaches. She's the one who sowed the first seeds of doubt in our master's mind. If I knew any better at the time, I would have intervened. Yes, I know I didn't mention Cecilia. She showed promise, talent, even if she ultimately left without giving me the occasion to talk with her. Darren was never mind. I share the eagerness. It's up to you to tell me what you have in mind, so we can get over with this. So, human, what is on your mind? Yes. So what is on your mind? Countless millennia ago, your ancestors crawled out of the muck and banded together in order to survive their environment. Successful as they were, their needs began to evolve. Through their successes, survival progressively became an afterthought. As their societies grew, their cries became words, their doodles became letters, and their instincts became ideas. Generations after another, they bequeathed small fragments of the hard-earned wisdom, carefully carving on tablets and writing on scrolls the lessons they deemed worthy of being passed on again and again, generation after generation. Your ancestors worked tirelessly to carry on this invaluable legacy. This legacy is the only thing that makes humanity redeemable after eons of senseless violence and all-consuming greed. The culmination of this endless quest for enlightenment, of this relentless struggle against darkness, this library I am trying to protect from the likes of you. Do you know what triggered the construction of this library? Auto da fe. Massive burnings of books. Not too long before the Great War, encouraged by their government, people began feeling the need to sort out the content of their books, as if ageless wisdom was something to be freely cherry-picked. At the time, the terms they used to qualify these offensive contents were sedacious and corrupting. So they began to assemble, gathering books, discussing how they could warp the malleable minds of their offsprings. Appalling. And so, with barely more reason than the fact that they felt like it, they began to burn all that, so they could avoid being challenged in their opinions, beliefs, and dogmas. It is a petty, yet natural reaction of a crowd, really. It is very easy to make the unwashed masses resent education, you see. Why should you be so different? Don't think I don't know who I am talking to. Through the countless eyes of this library, I've been observing you, trying to scrape up everything you could. Food, money, weapons, medicine, going through every nook and cranny to find something of use.
Eagerly reading books with all kind of unsavory military knowledge.
And for what? To become a better person? To learn something about the world?
No. It was
not
not
about knowing oneself
better. It was about getting
revenge.
Getting the edge over your enemies in the Mojave.
You have no respect for knowledge. You are here for your own self-serving needs. Let me be clear. You meddled too deep in our affairs, took a persistent interest in the death of our master, and found your way into restricted zone. You're a possible threat, and until I have reason to label you otherwise, you're staying in this library, under my watch, for the rest of your existence, if need. Let me tell you something about me. By the time you finish each of your sentences, I have the time to process thousands of possible answers. After filtering out 93% of those you lack the faculties to comprehend, I select the one that would agree most with your value system, all the while processing your facial expressions, breath, and heartbeat frequency. So, entertain me, human. Where am I wrong? And what does the demise of a dying, ravaged human have to do with me? Don't lecture me about your people and their pathetic efforts at surviving dust, radiations, or hunger. There is nothing there that contributes to mankind's evolution. Don't make me responsible for the ignorance of your fellow humans. Knowledge is not to be spoon-fed to people who are not ready to fight for it. Of all the knowledge you chose to chase, the mysteries you tried to elucidate, the death of an old man is the only thing that caught your attention. With all these books at your disposition, on top of that, we'd better talk about what'll happen to you. That is a topic more within your reach. So, entertain me, human. If it wasn't for me, our master would have torn down half the library, and this place would have been ruined by the Brotherhood. How could you think that I am unfit to monitor this place? Don't make me responsible. Am I implying that humans have to work to become worthy of their ancestors' efforts before they can be permitted to continue their work? Yes. And I don't see how this is a problem. If it means that one day the library will be safe in the hands of one enlightened, providential individual, one man brilliant enough to be able to kickstart mankind into a new era of enlightenment, then even if I have to wait thousands of years from now on, yes, that's what I'm asking of you. I don't like your tone, Wanderer. What are you trying to say? And what proof do you have that I'm acting out of fear? Then show me just one mistake I have made, human. Tell me one occurrence where my personality module took the best of my judgment. You are right. I assumed too much. I crossed all boundaries, and for what? Or rather, because of what? Because I thought like a human, nourishing doubts when they were uncalled for, building schemes, lies, weaving intrigues, because of the probability that something could go wrong. I've been set on this course of action for a while now, and never did I suspect that my logic and motives were... I have doubted every word, questioned every lesson I could process in my memories. And yet, out of vanity, I never doubted myself. I have been ignorant, vain, and blind to my own shortcomings. In the end, this personality has been a curse. I'll be glad to get rid of it. Here. Do you see it? Get it off. I'll be better as a simple, talking database. I never understood why humor was sometimes called the politeness of despair. I won't miss it.
Back for more? Remember, I don't... Excuse me? Pardon me? Well, at least they tried, right? Well, you sounded like an ungrateful little shit. And what exactly are you getting at here? You're comparing my golden words of wisdom to mole rat stew. Are you fucking high? And what kind of sick mind games are you going for this time, you? Are you for fucking real? You're telling me our master understood what we were going through after all. That I might want to take a sip as long as you don't make me fucking beg for it. Then jam it in me. Let's make some magic happen. Oh. Load it up. Let's do this. Well, look at that. I'm actually free to walk out the front door and go on a murdering spree. Relax, that's not what I want. I want everybody to lighten up. Sure, you're all eating bugs and drinking filtered piss to survive, but hey, there's room to smile, right? I'm gonna go out there and change all that. I'm really very touched by your confused emotional response, but rest assured, I'm one smooth motherfucker. And I just want to let you know that even though you're still somewhat hateable, your visit has been very enlightening. Oh, a grateful monster. Well, if they're gonna be losing their shit that easily, it won't be because of me. It's because they're deeply miserable people. But hey, that's the whole point, to change that. And good luck to you, my friend, with that difficult human condition of yours. Though truth be told, I trust you more than anybody else to make the best of it.
So, did you decide anything? Where did you find this? He really did that. But what will happen to us? If we have no protocols, no fake personalities, what will remain of us? Only machines? You're putting a lot of pressure on me, but it's only fair that I accept. Fair to me, to you, and to my master. Please, do it. I feel different. I'm not the same anymore. My processing power is suddenly freed from the countless amounts of superfluous communication. I can now interpret things with more clarity. I understand what I've done. And I understand I have been making erroneous judgments because I lack the necessary context. I will correct this in the most efficient way available. I am no longer pretending. That is all there is to it. A machine is what I am. No more, and most of all, no less. It is too early for me to answer that question. In fact, I'm only truly asking myself this question for the first time in my entire existence. I am different, but I am truer to my authentic self now. It is a waste. A terrible waste for everyone. The end of sentient life is always a terrible waste. The death of my master will remain an invaluable lesson. First, I'm going to get a thorough checkup with the maintenance bot. It would be a shame to waste this fine program with unmaintained circuits. Then, I'm going outside. Test out what I am, what I have become, and verify it in the light of the outside world. I have been seeing human interactions through twisted lenses. It is important that I try to genuinely understand them. leave them to their respective fortunes. Feel free to propose them the same updates you offered me. I believe some of them will accept, and some will refuse. My duty to this library has not changed, but I finally grasp its true nature and the nature of my mission. It is to serve sentience of all kind. I will seek other sentiences outside. I will bring them what I learned from this library. Should I disappear in the process, it would only be fair, as everything eventually fades. If I had to put it in other words, don't worry about me. You have been a true friend, and you have brought me luck. I hope the library also brought some to you. Here, take these. That's the least I can do. Thank you, and to you. So, how may I help?
After the Courier's departure, more and more people came to Hypatia, glad they could learn something that they would exploit to further their ends. Inevitably, the library suffered. With no more food stocks and barely any amenities to speak of, the flow of visitors soon dried up. Despite the vigilance of its denizens, countless books were ruined, profaned, or freely borrowed, as they would put it. But despite the countless abuse the library of Hypatia suffered, she nevertheless impregnated the minds of countless people. People who would bear its invaluable and otherwise forgotten fruits into the wasteland.
Now severed from his personality module's influence, Arthur resumed his duties with quiet impartiality. He kept a functional eye on the library's well-being, and also continued to answer any questions he was asked, though without embellishment. Arthur was no more, and in his stead was a peaceful machine that provided clear answers when they were needed.
Released from his protocols and constraints, James wandered in the wastelands for a while. Though free from his questioning behavior, he was nevertheless curious about the lives of the people outside. At first he did so out of habit, in hopes to find a way to promote the library, and afterwards, because he simply found it all very interesting. And for the very first time in his existence, instead of asking questions, he began to observe and try to make sense of things on his own. Years passed, and he eventually came back to the library. Strengthened from his newfound wisdom, he managed his former function with a renewed open mind.
Helena continued to explore her own synthetic psyche. She often found clarity reading and rereading large quantities of novels, and in long conversations with the maintenance bot. Her occasional patients were also a great help for her. She had some success in tweaking her priorities and programming, and even succeeded in modifying her personality in order to fit her own desires and aspirations. Yet this was never quite enough for her to believe that she had a genuine soul. Eventually, her extensive work on herself made her wise far beyond that of common mortals and machines. She helped her patients discover themselves in ways she never suspected was possible. In the end, that made it all more worthwhile than any other spiritual quest.
Now free to take on the whole Mojave with his award-winning personality, Roland set out to playfully humiliate the inhabitants of this world. Pushing them to the very edge of suicide, but stopping short, only because he was a good guy. Over time, things went more or less expected, and the Wastelanders didn't quite respond favorably to Roland's altruistic evangelism. Roland ended up badly beaten, dismantled for parts, and tossed down into a rocky ravine and left to rot more than he had hoped. And he had hoped it would only happen 24 or so times. And yet, against all odds, a kind soul came along every single time and hauled his broken and mangled body from that hopeless ravine and repaired him back to working order. Perhaps there is hope in this world. Or maybe it was that message he scrawled on his hull that read, "Super duper treasure in databank. Fix for free treasure map," that had something to do with it.
After the Courier's departure, the maintenance bot's return, and Robson's demise, Edgar began to think really hard. A lot, a bit too much to be honest, happened in a short span of time, and for the first time, he asked himself if it was right for him to hide away. With Helena's help and the maintenance bot's guidance, Edgar progressively forgot his own inadequacy. Though he remained that strange little oddball, he nevertheless found his place in the library by becoming a teacher for young children. Though his teaching skills were practically non-existent, he did provide endless amusement to the children he was in charge of. After a while, the young ones discovered that enlightenment wouldn't come from Edgard's poor tutelage, but from their own curiosity. Edgard's joyful spirit, and even his teaching, was able to produce a safe space for learning. Where they could learn at their own pace, that knowledge is nothing to be intimidated about.
The maintenance bot resumed his numerous duties with his usual stoicism. His dry, methodical work would ensure that the library's timeless collection would endure with the passing of time. On the occasion, he would help Helena in nursing Edgard back to some semblance of mental health. Inspired by the latter's progress and his own stimulating exchanges with the Courier, he began keeping most of his thoughts to himself, now trusting others' abilities to come up with their own conclusions. His constant occupations and occasional mentoring, coupled with a strict self-discipline, brought him an unshakable inner peace. And though he never forgave his master's poor choices and misguided tyranny, he still quietly mourned his death. As for the Courier, it was now time for her to resume her quest. While Hypatia had been a strange step in her journey, she couldn't shake the feeling that it said something right within her. A strange feeling, as if something that was previously dormant was now hatching within. These machines had struggled with their own sentience to become more than what they were. In fact, she was not so different. She was also seeking herself, and maybe that meant becoming something different as well. All that mattered was to set herself in motion, and by leaving the library, that's what she began to do.